1 second. Let me get this. 1, 2, 3. And again. Let me get into this. I was just finishing. Hello. Anyway, hello. How are you? If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/WeTalkWeSmile2. And if you are watching on YouTube and you like what you see, maybe leave a like, maybe leave a comment, maybe even a little subscribe. And if you don't like to see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. But either way, I hope you're having a wonderful day. And let's get into this. Alright. Let me get some music. Let me switch out the music. And get it all started. But anyway, how are you, Snow? There we go. I hope you're doing well. You're spookily fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Let me quickly get into my world and Eesh. But yeah, it's a pleasure having you. Let me open my drink. Anyway. Alrighty. Just gotta keep waiting. Gotta wait for it to get in. Da-dee-da-dee-da. Alright. Oh, whoops, almost forgot. Check that. Alright, so today we're going to need to do some more work. Oh, it's a pleasure having you. So I'm glad. It's always fantastic to be here. So here's the question, I guess. Do we go out to here to get to where the houses could be? Like to here, basically, right? Is it raining? Yep. I definitely want to be a little bit away. Or I just need to be right over here. Great. You gotta love when it's like, oh, you just spawned in, it's raining. It's like, but it wasn't raining when I left. Anyway, so what are we working on today? Are we going to work on those villager houses? We need to pick colors if we are. Or I am, rather. I guess. Alrighty. They'll be the only Savannah villagers, so yeah, but actually I guess I'll have more. But what we'll do, I think, what colors do we want our house to be? I know what I want to kind of do. Coming over here. And up and over a little bit. I think what I want to do is I want to remove this line here. Although I do want to maybe instead just make the tunnel a little bit more neat. Oops, this is the silk touch one. I don't want to use this one for that. Alright. Both sides will have that, but it basically remove some of this. Oops. But maybe from here. Yeah. Like that. kind of. Just to kind of neaten it up a little bit. Do it on both sides too. Like that. And we could do this here like this, so it just becomes a nice tunnel. Nice and straight. And then I can clear out a little way here. You know, because I'm going to sleep as soon as it's night anyway. There we go. And then I'll just clear out this a little bit. I think. Actually, we can just do it like this. There. I'll gather more room and all that, but basically the idea would be that in this area here, then I'm going to clear out a little bit. But you'd have the houses up here, like a little town. Which would actually look cool. Like if this is going to be a, just a, like maybe a rail cart way kind of thing, right? Might as well be, right? Could have a little town here. Just do that. Exactly, a little western town. And I even have spruce, so it'll look nice. And it's also a great way to block the view as you're going back both ways. Alright. Let me dump the orange. So I can pick up the other. One. But yeah, we can have there be spruce, because look, we got plenty of spruce, and some more of those kinds of colors. Maybe a little bit of red, but just like. Oh, hello, mister. I mean, you're pretty safe over here. Huh. Yeah, nothing too grand. Also, I need to make a, yeah, the whole idea will kind of be, I'll maybe clear out like another strip here. I've decided. Do I have any orange on me? No, I don't. But I kind of like the idea of just, heck, even just going like this. All the way down. And then from there. Oh yeah, there's zombies now. I need to be as far away from the villagers as I can, because it's probably thunderstorming. Alright, let me get farther away from the villagers just in case. Just in case. I just looked over. But see, you can see I'm going to have this path eventually. It'll be nice and long. So the idea of having some stuff that just kind of, please don't be hurt, please. Have been far enough away because I'm smart enough to do that much at least. Yeah, they're far enough away because they're in the water. But yeah, and then you can have just like this path down and then like that. Like this. That comes down here. Again, like so. Actually, we could do it like that. There. And then you can have here like this. Kind of like you can walk through, but then I'll have like a little station maybe. Yeah. There we go. And it'll go all the way through. It'll be like, yeah, like so, because it'll be a train. What are you guys doing? You're growing. You have one express purpose, and that is to feed me. Yeah. You'd think they would add more uses to pigs just because it's like they don't want you to just eat, only just use them for like food, but they don't, do they? All right. Let's feed some pigs. I've still got some room just in case, so hopefully these guys will grow up before they... There. At least the pigs are semi-cute, I guess. I guess there's that. I just meant, like... It's the best food, I'd argue, as far as, like, not, encountering like saturation kind of thing, but it's just because it fills up your hunger quite a bit, but we'll see how many piggies I have after this, and then we'll be culling again, I guess. Woo! But yeah, so what I'm thinking is, yeah, I'm gonna have this be much flatter here. Do I have room? I don't have more room. I need to put things away and pick things up and all that. Alright. Here's a question also. Should I do like legit Western, or should I do like a fantasy style Western as well? Kind of thing, I guess. Because the whole idea is to do something more fantasy-esque now, right? Alrighty. Then that's what I'll do. Hello! Thank you for the first time chat, Cosmos. How are you? I hope you're doing well. But hello. There we go. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well and we're able to just get home. But yeah, it's a pleasure having you. Yeah, I'm very glad that you're doing well. Let's get in. As you can see, I'm cleaning up an area to put villagers in. Well, I say you can see. It's not that obvious, but it will be. Hopefully. There we go. And we clean out another row. Honestly, I should probably change this out because I don't think I want the red to be the color that's here. Especially since here, it's not red. Alright, we can take that and do this. Like so. Slowly make it into a not red. The houses can be red, by the way. It just... I'd like to keep the ground for the most part, just to start with as a blank canvas. Overall, that, like, kind of consistent. Yeah. Huh. Let's collect these. So that I can dump them over here. And like so, just take these and put them down there, I guess. But yeah, no, I will like switch it out later. I just, to start with, I'm thinking it looks a little bit, especially because I want to add some dirt and stuff for the whole Western vibes. But I kind of like this being the color that's around it, other than maybe like greenery and stuff, which means we'll be using plenty of moss. Woo! Alright. Gather more of this. This is gonna be a lot of work just to get the blank canvas. Maybe I don't do so much blank canvas. But just a little bit, because I do, like, along the side, kind of want it to be that, like this. It does a good job in, like, just inferring that it's just kind of bland as you're going past. Probably want to go to here, definitely. Yeah, I hear you, man. You're right. I should make a chest. Yeah, you're totally right, man, Mr. Wandering Trader. That's saying absolutely nothing because he's like, you're crazy, man. But you are correct. Give me a second. 1, 2, 3. 3 spins, and of course. Yeah, it's Bedrock. This one, yeah. I know a lot of people don't like. No, I know it's not the one you're most likely going to, but yeah, I enjoy it. I've been doing a lot of work on here, getting things done. No, this is a single player world. As I've stated a couple times, my internet is crap, so I can't do like multiplayer to save my life. Probably, eventually, maybe someday, the day when my internet actually doesn't die on me when I'm just like, are you kidding me? But otherwise, yeah, unfortunately, yeah. There's lots of games I play only single player, because that's the only way for me to play them. Yeah. I am sorry. I would otherwise be like, yeah, totally, go ahead and join. But yeah, no. Let me go here. Let me just put these in here like this. Yes. It's only been like the last year, only counting months even, that I've actually been able to even do things like music. So yeah. But it's still a pleasure having you pop in and give me like suggestions to do things if you want. After all, that's... Well, thank you for the follow. It's part of how we ended up Even though we're in a desert maze and I can't leave unless somebody sends me out. We have all the animals. Because every now and then I'll get sent out and it's like, get this. But yeah. The pig's growing. Fair enough. I mean, that's fair, Snowy, you know. I mean, I don't specifically do that, but I have done things similar in the past, so I do get it. Like, it's probably one of the safest ways to live, is just to be like, nope, I'm going to be in a cave forevermore, and I'm not leaving this cave. Definitely safer than my strategy. Well, my bed is here. This is where I live. Yep. No, like I said, I do get that one. I mean, yeah. I mean, are you looking at what I do? I get it. I do. But yeah, my sale's not the play sale's not the smartest. That's all I was saying. Heck, I mean, why am I completely like just terraforming the whole area just to put in a villager thing, right? So that they can walk around, no less. I want to have houses and things. That they can actually, like, move around and, whoo, live their lives. Even though eventually we'll probably just stick them in their houses and be like, that's that. Not because I want to, but because otherwise they'll just be like, ugh. But maybe this one could be small, because this isn't my main village. This is just going to be the one that's, like, by me that I can get emeralds and XP from. If I get lucky, I can get, like, mending. Before the update. Although, I don't need it, because I have a mending villager. I just don't have him here. Alright, the size of the village is important. That's part of why I was trying to, like, just make it more the same color. I could fit about one... Let's see if we go one... If we figure each house is probably about 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you'd have a 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then no, I do agree that it could be a lot of, yeah, and then from there I'd probably do 2, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is minimum where I would go out to here. Honestly, I'd probably go all the way out. Like so. There. So, honestly, I'd go all the way out and I'd have the village just be as you're going through. But yeah, from here out to there. And then from there, to figure the sizes of the house, I'd want to start from about here, probably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3. 1, 2. That's 3 there. 4, 5. So like there. minimum. And then you'd have like 2 out. So maybe there. So I'll fill in the area and stuff. That'll be about the size of my village, just roughly. It's not gonna be exact, but it's a good way to just kind of sketch out size-wise and decide buildings. Because not all the buildings are gonna be the same size, you know. Some of them are gonna be bigger, some of them are gonna be smaller. Well, probably not smaller, but if we figure from about here. And let me see, I did it from here? No. I did it from approximately here, I think. So, and this is where you start taking out the other blocks. Just to figure. To there. And go grab more. I mean, it is a large project, but like, I mean, part of it's just like figuring out like what you'd want to do even. I'll grab this for now. But yeah. From there, we just go forward until we hit the right spot. So, if we mark the corner here, like so, it'll tell me where it goes to. There. Alright. There we go. In fact, I'll even do it this way too, just to be sure I can tell exactly where I am. Yeah. So, now that I've done that, it kind of makes it a lot easier to figure out where everything's gonna, building-wise, how to start. So then, I'll just have to start thinking about buildings, shapes, sizes, and the like. I can't sleep yet. Let me go check on my pigs. I think I'm close enough that my pigs can actually still be spawned in, but... And then... Yep, almost messed up. They might be growing, they may not be. Who knows? I have other food to make in the meantime if I need to, though. Yeah. It's one of these. Oh, yeah, I had some carrots. Really good food. Alright, I got some food. I can survive a while. And we go back up. But yeah, that kind of decides a little bit though, just the size and everything. Alrighty, if we're going fantasy style-esque, so here's something I'm thinking. I mean, obviously you can go with the whole... Go with the spruce wood, right? I mean, that's obvious. Hello, Nutfell. How are ya? I hope you're doing good. Alrighty. I got some villagers, so I'm deciding how to deal with this and build buildings. We'll go a little bit western-esque. I need another axe. That's a pretty good. I'll grab my drink. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good too, by the way. I am working on a, village. What am I looking for? I came over here looking for something before. Oh yeah, to make a, yeah, I didn't even have to come over here. I'll go over there. Might as well. But, yeah, I'm going to be using spruce. I'm going to be using, some colors, because we're going to make a well, I called it that, but hopefully it works out. Like a fantasy western-esque style. Village. For my villagers. That's what I'm doing. Up we go. We're gonna need a lot of wood. Thankfully, fire ticket's turned off. Alright, keep going up. This is gonna be a big one. The question is it gonna be a 1 stack or 1.5 stacks? And up we go. Alright, up we go. Almost there. Oh wait, no, I'm not almost there. I thought I was, but I wasn't. I gotta remember that this is not, There we go. Now I'm at the top. And here's hoping we get some spruce saplings, or enough spruce saplings out of this. Because you never know. Two stacks? Almost 2 stacks, huh? Nice. But yeah. Alright. Alright, I don't want to start here. I want to start a little bit back because the whole idea is this is like a railway. Basically here. 1, 2, 3, and boop, because I'll make a small house. It's 5 by 5. Alright. I go bring my pigs again. Hopefully I have more pigs for breeding. Yeah. There we go. I'm gonna get the XP. Yep, there we go. There we go. Alright. brought up my pigs again. Hopefully once they're all run up and all that enough, I'll have enough. But yeah, so ideally what I want to do, I think, is just go like this. Like this. And then you take all of these and just do like this. Make sure I haven't accidentally stripped these. Because I'd rather keep them not stripped. And do the same thing. I'll do the other side as well. But just to kind of give like a, it looks kind of. Alright. Alright, and then you would just do like this, and then you do this here. Because I'm still trying to kind of copy like a normal village as well. Just kind of also not. So I want the first houses on here to kind of look normal. So you got 1, 2, 3, or so. 2, 3. Like that. And then I had 1, 2. Oops. No, that was right. That was right. I counted wrong. But kind of like that. Like for the first couple houses. Yeah. There we go. And then you would just go up another floor. That just kind of, I'm not gonna have all of them look like that. I'm just doing that for the first couple to kind of just really, and I'm definitely gonna need a lot more dirt. I think no, that's not far enough away. This is Bedrock, so it's better to take a little bit more distance than not. I have golden carrots, and I have the pork chop. The pork chop is better for now. There we go, because of empty space. There we go, like so. And then just do this again, I guess. A couple times. Like that, like that. And then use that as well, like that. And then like that, and like that. And then here. I wish it wasn't so expensive, honestly. And of course, then you just kind of do that, because that's the only ones that'll get gotten. Oh, and I need another axe. You know, I mean, just kind of like that. They look a little dull like this, but that's kind of on purpose. I guess do this. And then basically something you can do kind of to just like that. Oh, another tree has grown. or something like that. Or I can add other colors as well, but just to kind of start. And then, like I said, I want to do something slightly maybe more like fantasy-esque kind of idea. So this is just gonna be like this. It's not gonna be anything else. So while you'll have like salutes and stuff, I'll do more like a more traditional kind of style Western, but this is where it's gonna get a little complicated. Alright. Again, this is kind of just like my interpretation a little bit. More than anything else. That's why I'm not gonna say if you don't agree, that's fine. So we'll have that come up like that. Maybe, or maybe not that there. In a minute, but we're gonna do actually is I'm gonna adjust it a little bit. I know kind of the idea I want to go with, but it's a yellow color. Alright, alright. Do that to get this. Another one of these. Make more of this. And then we can kind of go up. Like so. Do that like that. Put one in each corner. And then this was just small. Nothing too fancy to it, just a little on the top there. I kind of wish I had, like, you know, maybe I should change those out for, like, dark oak, actually. You know, I'm going to do that. I like them, but I want them to be dark oak, which means I need to go get dark oak. Saplings, which I have in my storage system of not that great, but it's a thing. Hello, fishies. Hello, fishies. There we go. Because wait, did I take them up? I think I might have actually did. No, I did not. So to like, did I take them up? Maybe I did. Nope, I didn't. But to kind of give that like dark wood look, the barky wood, I want to do that instead because that'll just be more striking. Yeah, we'll just do that. I swear, because I'm doing so much like over here with the wood, it looks insane. Like just like what the heck? But it's fine. Alright, now we'll have this over here as well. Let me eat a carrot. Alright. If it wasn't so light, I would stick to that one, but it's just not a good color for just like that. I personally just think it kind of... Maybe I'm going to adjust back to what I was thinking originally as well. It'll look cool, hopefully, by the end of it, but it's work. Alright, let me first just get some dark oak. Alright. Doopy doopy doop. Oh wait, first things first. Come on. I only even really need 2. Why are they so rare? There we go. Okay. There we go. I at least have what I had. The things start doing what it does. Hopefully we'll get a few more. I doubt it, but at least I'm making sure I get a little bit. Like so. What am I carrying that I can't have? What did I start carrying? I'm not sure what I've got on me now that I didn't have. But this can go in here and these can go in here. So that I can pick up the wood. Alright, perfect. And now I have enough for 2 trees. Which is good. Alright, that one and that one. There. Alright, so instead, what I did do, because that doesn't look like the way I was hoping it would. It's fine. Alright, remove all this. This is no good. Alright. I kind of wish we had... This is like one of those places where I wish we had like wood walls, you know? So I feel like it would look really good with the like a slightly thicker texture that the wall would bring. I guess just maybe make it a little bit taller as well. Let's see, is the shape more suited to that? Yeah, a little bit taller. That's all it needs. Along with everything else that it needs. I grab the pieces that are in here. There we go. And then from there, we just go boop. that. Collect both. Like that. And like that. And then just go around like that. I'll get the rest of these done in the morning, but effectively like that. It'll feel a little bit like a pillager tower, but that's fine. I'm not like specifically trying to like be too crazy. Ideally, it's not so bad, but we'll see. And again, just go up. And go over to the areas it goes. There. So, yeah. Like that. The reason I'm doing it like that is it's just kind of like aeration, you know? Like it definitely feels like in a more fancy setting, it would be a little more... Because if we're thinking like more like, it's not going to be as much like you got the technology and stuff. You're going to be having more... I don't know. I'm probably just not... It's my style. That's the real answer, right? I grab these. There. Do I want those there, or do I want to move them up one? Maybe better up here. Like that. There we go. Kind of like that. Kind of like the desert ones are and all that. I mean, they do that. But my own take. Let's get the buttons, because that's really all I need there, right? It's just for a nice little pop of color as you go around and look. There. So that's one of the buildings. Kind of just got more, it has a little bit more space there that way. It's easy to breathe in here. Potentially you'd have... You'd have a little bit like that. I like that. And it just has that open area in the middle. Or it could just literally be in the middle like so. A little piece of just like, yeah, keeping the house together, but I don't know. Wait, I do know how to do it. Then get some chains I can make. Or I think I might have some chains actually, now that I think about it. Let me go down and see if I got any chains. There's a growing tree. I gotta build like just like a diving board. I mean, one of those days I am gonna die because I keep doing that, but when I've already finished this tree, but I mean, until then, it'll be fine. By then, I'll probably actually have the inside done. Oh, what was I coming down here for? I came down here for something. I'm like, oh, I'll get that really quick. I get down here. What was I getting again? I don't remember. Oh, wait, no, I do remember. I do. Do I have any... Because I do sometimes collect... If I see... Nope. Nope. Okie dokie. I guess I'm going to make some chains. And yet again, they're just kind of expensive. It's like, yeah, that's right. They're a little expensive, but they're kind of worth it. Not that worth it, but kind of worth it. Yeah, I got that. I thought I grabbed the one next to it. Alright, so you do this. Like that. 3 chains. Although I do wish it would make 2 chains. I feel like it should make 2 chains. But, you know, I mean, I'm not the one in control. I guess rolling carrots are probably the best, but just... I should have probably also saved so I could get the... There, and then if I had any iron left, which I don't, because I just foolishly used it on 3 chains, but I mean, there's only so much I could do. I think I have some iron, actually, maybe in one of my boats. Yeah, I'm building for you guys. And here, oh, that's copper. That is copper. Definitely not gonna have any in here. I guess I can go hit up the old mine shaft. Definitely nothing in there. Nope. I got a fish, but nothing else. Alrighty, time to hit up the mine shaft, I guess. Let me grab a bed. Oh, I also should get some lantern or torches. Doot and boop. Can't sleep yet. I should probably also put things down while I'm not using them. Hey, the first building looks kind of good. I mean, it looks... I say not kind of good. I don't know. Maybe not. I kind of hope it looks okay. But I know you don't have to, like, spare my feelings. It's fine. Alright. This will be like a road. I know it's more... It could have more, like, terrain into the whole thing, but these villagers don't need that, really. They're just gonna... live their lives in this very tiny little area. I should probably build, like I said, I should probably build a few bigger buildings. But I'll probably build them at the end, like, for workstations. So, like, I'll add, like, a little, or, like, back here, I could add something as well. Just in the corner. Basically, the villagers will be able to come out of their houses. They'll be able to walk over here. They'll be able to do things over here. I'll give them a few things. I'll make a few Fletchers. I'll make a few... I'll make a church. Some of these buildings will have beds in them as well if I make them bigger. Size-wise, I probably already should be making them even larger than it currently is, but... I'm not. The question is going to be getting them over here in a little bit, but I'm building them their houses first, right? Let me go get some iron. For the express purpose of decoration. It's wonderful. Yeah. I hop right into the ground. Hi, man. What do you think you're doing? Yeah, let me pick up these things as well. Food is always good. Yeah. Alrighty, and then we come over here because this is where I really haven't been too much. I mean, I have, but I believe this is what leads into the, or maybe it's up. It's down here. Yes, we have this thingy here. I'm just looking to see what was back here that I did not pick up. I did not pick up horse armor or the other. Yeah, I don't need that. Watermelon seeds I have, so it's fine. I just want to look. Yeah. I don't think there's gonna be much in the mine shaft. I think I'm gonna have to go into like a cave. Which is great. We get out food. I'm gonna need it in a minute. Alright. Well, there's gold. I might as well pick up, right? There we go. Because the end, there's nothing here. Sorry. I sneezed. Alright, into the area where I always get lost. But I'm hoping to find some iron around here. I remember there's gold over here. I don't remember if there was any iron. I'm hoping there's iron. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go back to my own cave and see if I have anything that isn't copper. What do we got down here? We got copper. We got gold. We got copper. We got... Let me just go down a second and just see. Yeah, just gold and no iron. Oh, but there's iron. There's a little bit of iron. It was right here, right? Air. Keep an eye on my hearts and my bubbles. Whew. Breathe. Make sure there was no more iron. I mean, there is down there, but I'm not going for that iron. I mean, it's iffy to go out this way. Yeah, there's drowns in there. I don't really want to deal with that, but yeah, I got a little bit of iron already. Okay, that's not bad. 8 pieces. Minimum. I should be hopefully getting a little bit more out of that with a Fortune 3. Hopefully. Oh. Yeah, dude, you're not the brightest. How did you... I don't need to sleep, right? No. Where did you come from? I swear I lit up the zombie spawner, so... Oh, that's right. I forgot I haven't lit up that area. Enough. And apparently here. Yeah, I got a helmet. Not that I need it, but I got it. Light that up. I mean, there's things down there. Alright. And there is a dripstone cave down there. Which does mean lots of minerals, but it also means lots of mobs. What's down here? I mean, it'll especially mean iron, but... Oh, there's a skeleton. He's gonna come after me, but he has to get me. Yeah. Any iron to quickly see here? No. I should probably head out, but I just wanted to see if there was anything. And I got 8 pieces. I got 8 pieces of iron. That's not bad. I think I have iron in my home as well, so I can go search there. I say home, I mean the cave area. I just can't remember. So it feels like the light level is off, like, all the time now. Let me get more iron. Again, for decorational purposes. I know better. I know I could use it for anything else that would be more useful. But I'm not. Where's the sun? Oh, the sun's getting low. Alright, let me see. Let's see. Because I don't care here, decorational iron or anything like that. Okay, there's some iron up there. It's not going to be easy to get, but I can get it. In fact, I'd rather have the wheels kind of not have anything on them. I wonder if there was a glow squid here. Alright, there is some iron over here. Nice. Alright. There we go. Anything else in here? I am carrying a clock on me, just to be sure. I could just sleep when I need to. Get that there. Oh, hello, lapis. Yeah, we would just put a light there just in case. I could just hop up here. Take a peek around. There's more iron. I don't see any mobs up here, so we're just going to quickly light up. Just to be sure. Hopefully. Oh, let me sleep. There we go. Sleeping. Alright. Like, I hear a drown. Here, maybe? No? It's very strange, because, like, I could hear the drown, but I can't see the drown. And normally it'd be the other way around, but... Oh yeah, there's a huge copper vein over here, but... That's not what I'm looking for. But I could get a little bit of iron, and hopefully it'll turn into a lot of iron. And hopefully the villagers won't die. If they do, I'll just grab villagers from somewhere else. Closer by. So I'm gonna be honest. Initially, I wasn't gonna go out to get the villagers and make a... I just turned that into the goal when I couldn't do any. There we go. Collected a little bit though of the iron. I'll look at what I've got when I'm done. I'm not climbing up there though. There's plenty of copper. Oh, so much copper everywhere. It's not even funny. But yeah. All right. There we go. Did it spit it up top? Probably. Probably. It's fine. I'll go up in a second and see if it's up there, but you never question what direction that goes, you know? Alright, do I have anything else? I do have this. Oh, crap. Yeah. Alright, picked up some iron. Need to go up top just to check to make sure there's no iron up top. I need more iron than I have as well. Because I'll always need more iron. I just keep finding it. Yes, yeah, I called it. There's iron up here. Kind of annoying that it does that, but I mean, it's not the most egregious thing it could be. Honestly, I need to just start working on this. I've got 43 pieces, so I've got 43 ore. That's actually not bad at all. Oh, there's a baby. Where did you even come from? What the heck? I swear I have... Ooh. Apparently not. There we go. There we go. That'll work. Mind you, eventually this is going to be full of obsidian, because this is going to also be another portal. Oh, there is stuff up here, I guess. As long as I'm down here a little bit. Alright, so from here... Definitely to there, to both sides. Goes all the way up. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. Eventually, this is gonna be just all skulk. That's why I'm kind of doing a little bit of this. Just so you know. Probably a bit like that. Yeah. It'll go all the way around and all that, and it'll just be really cool looking, hopefully. Mind you, I guess the water's gonna go up higher. Yeah, water will definitely go up higher, because I'm gonna have like a whole thing over here, and... Do I have anything on me I could use? No, I can't. I gotta switch all this stuff out. Clean it up. Oh, I'll eventually have the whole area just, like, done for... This is my mystical, magical just area inside. Not done that yet, though. We get up top. Now that I have plenty. Oh, I missed here. Yeah. I just grab a ton of that. Again, express purpose of just fanciness. Make sure these guys down here are fine. I've been pretty far away, but you never know. And I've got them in the water just in case as well. There we go. Here's to hoping to doubling this. This was 47. Oh. We aim for like 1.5 stacks. No guarantees. Make sure I haven't left anything. Rushing back down, rushing back down. We aimed for 1.5. We got 2. Woo. There we go. Or almost 2. It's enough to basically say 2. Especially when we combine it with these. More than 2 stacks. Let's make this a little bit more efficient. Actually, don't I have some in here? Yeah, I do. Let's make this more efficient. Alright. I've got beef. Let's just look at where my pigs are. How grown are you, pigs? All right, you're ready for another breeding. When I'm done, I'll probably kill about half of them. I might have to go back down. Yeah, I might have to go back down a second. That's fine. When I come back up, I can stick more iron in. Let me get some potatoes for the piggies. I could get carrots, but I'm giving them potatoes because I don't care so much about potatoes, personally. Because at this point, I'm eating meat. I'm not... I am desperate as all get out, but... let's grow more potatoes. And even when I do all this. Yeah. The pigs will make me a nice solid meal for a while. And that's the real answer, right? I know I could work with the cows, but the cows, I can't do this where I just grow a whole bunch and then just be like, yep. That's that. Hopefully they all got love. Did they all get love? You know what I mean? I don't know. But all I'm going to do is I'm going to probably leave, like... we're going to hope they all got fed. And then it leads to even more piggies that do even more goodies and all the, like... yeah. Oh, right. And also... let's throw some more of this in. Make sure I have my this. Alright. There. So I can also... I can take some of these. That's why I didn't make them into blocks. Like so, and just now I can finally, make some torches. Definitely not it, but, you know, I mean... yeah. Do that again. Like that. Oh, so it's 4. How about that much? I can literally make like 2 more. If I do this. There we go. And then, yeah. That'll be enough for now. At least until I get like a villager set up specifically for that purpose. But you know, I mean, as I said, I want to kind of just design more around the idea of just kind of like... it feels nice. Do I want that there or do I want to go up 1? Is it better there? It could be a lot better. Yeah, it's better there. Also, I don't need that. And then we go in here and we just finish up the floor. Dump that. Like so. Thank you. There. Yeah. I can set up this house too. Ugh. There we go. Like so. There. A little bit done. More. Maybe. I can fill in more space. Yeah. So there's gonna be like that, and there'll be one over here. I should probably have done it over here instead, but you know what? It's fine. And then I could build up the buildings a little bit, and then it'll look more like that. Perhaps each building should be a little bit less, or not the same. They should be more unique, right? So that's house number 1, stylistically. I did pick up food. Also, how is my... Yeah, my stuff's fine. Because of that really lucky break early on with the whole... Pigs just all grow up, and then I'll just get all the food. Although, I could just combine them and, you know, just repair it the rest of the way. Yeah. There. I don't really need it, but it works. There. So I do want to have like 1, 2, 3. Do I have any? I don't have any. Alright. Oh, I should go switch out the iron. Shockingly, I have quite a bit left. But that should be all the way through and all that and all that, and then I'll have the ability to make all the things I need. And honestly, that's really all that matters, right? I can make chains, I can make, like... I actually have enough iron to feel comfortable to make an iron axe. One, but... I mean, one's better than none, right? I thought myself broke. How is that too far away? I'm like standing right under it. Just because I'm standing like here does not mean it's too far away. Like if I'd been standing here, which is about the same, I guess it is. Yeah. Let me go ahead and make it an iron axe, just because I like I said, I feel that I can. I have the ability to. I have enough iron for that. I'm just gonna gather all the wood, and then I'll be like, I'm out of axe. Which is why I will only make one, but it's a lot of wood. At the very least, I'd like to get to the point where I can have the villagers living in here happily. Or moved up at least, maybe. It's gonna take a little bit of work, but I can maybe do it. Yeah. There we go. And then it'll be just slightly faster. we go. Grab all that. I have room, right? Yeah, I have room. Like that. Up, up, up. And up. Oops, I did too much there. It's fine. But then I could get the houses built up, because they're going to be pretty modular, I think, other than, I'm thinking I might do a little, what's it called? Just, because I do want some differences. I mean, even vanilla villages have some differences, right? Yeah. I knew I had to be close. Yeah. Just get in the middle. There we go. Like so. And then I picked up 3 so far? There must be a few over here. Yeah, that's enough. There we go. And then that's more than enough. I'll be able to turn some of this into other things. We'll toss that over there for now. Up one more. Grab this. And like that. And like that. And I get all the wood. I feel bad not having the chain on me, but I need to grab all the things. You know what? We could go up here like this. Like that. And coming down. Like I said, this is going to use mostly durability, but hopefully after this I won't need as much durability. And I won't need wood as much. I should have most of the... Not for all the buildings, obviously. I'm going to need way more spruce for that, but just... Oof. Let me go dump things and just come back. Put those in there, put those in there. Got more than enough. Thought I dumped the shaman, but I didn't. Grab these. Alright, that should be more than enough. Yep, okay. Now I have the ability to just keep it going forward. It should be sustainable at this point. Not by much, but a little bit. This is just... Honestly, I'd like to have more than this, but... Really, there's only so much I can do. I'll come back over in a minute. Yeah. But I got all the wood I need, right? Hopefully. I've got more than enough saplings. I'm gonna probably use some of these spruce saplings on the side to get some leaves. Because I kind of just like that color there for my little city. Yeah, about a whole tree's worth. Or town, I guess. Might not. There's not really that much room, but there's a little bit of room. Yeah, you can't even break that. I'll need to eat that in a second, but it's fine. It's fine. Alright. But other than that, I mean, I can get this stuff all done. At least to start doing a little bit more just in the middle. I guess 1, 2, 3, and then I'll just do one more house of the same size here. 1, 2, 3. But then I'm thinking I might not. Or this might be the last one. But then you can have like a little building back here, maybe. If we're assuming that's how far out that goes. That's not really great. Well, I've already been thinking this isn't the best here, but shape-wise. Not much I could do about it, but, you know, I mean... not in the sense that I can't do anything about it, but more like just like the way it generated. I can make it less, like that. That feels more comfortable, once I remove this especially. Probably remove even more, but, yeah, that'll actually allow this to get out to about, if we go to here, and then that's still 3. Well, Mr. Wandering Trader, this looking more like a place to... Yeah, you like this better, huh? Nice. I'm glad. Of course, if I make the area a little bit bigger, which I kind of need to do anyway, I think, I could have a small little area thing here, and then, yeah. See, this is how small projects that are just like, yeah, I could build a house or two, nothing big, turn into, yeah, I'm building a whole town. It's not that big a deal. It's just like, Alright, bring it out by about 2, I guess. Yeah. That makes a much bigger, better space to just kind of have a little secretive thing over here. Actually, what we can do here is... if we instead... remove some of this stuff. There we go. I have plenty of orange sand, so it's fine. Just not up here, but... And then you go one more over, I guess. There. Kind of like that. Then you can just have this little building that's kind of in the back. Here, it could have a little bit more just built up and around with it. Yeah. This goes across here, right? Yeah. So it's a little bit bigger here. It's a little behind. Don't tell me a llama's stuck in here. Hi, can I have your lead? Yeah. Yeah. I need more. How did you lose both llamas? Like, man, how'd you do that? He's like, I don't know. Well, you standing watching me lose my llamas. Help me get my llamas. It's like, Even if I did get them, you're not gonna take them back. Like an animal that's maybe... Alright. And then you'd have that like that, and then you could potentially have... If we were to go back a little bit further here... 1, 2, 3. Or you could just have it like this. Maybe this building's just a little bit bigger though. Yeah. And then what you could do is you can actually come all the way back into here. Or maybe not. Yeah? So then instead of 3, it'd be 5 on the inside, right? Yeah. But it could be 5 by 3 here. Like... You have the 3 in here like you normally would. Like that. But then basically you can have a little like I did that alright, right? Yeah. You could have like a little area on the side where it goes up and it's just a little tower. Obviously this is the normal 3, and then you have just this little here. Actually I probably would want to go out one more. So you have your normal 3 by 3 house. And I kinda like with the desert. I'd want it to go just and then maybe even do I have any? I do. Fancy. let's do for this part. Alright. Like that, like that. It goes up, it goes up. It goes like that, it goes like that. And then of course you go boop. Like that. So yeah, you got your normal house. This one will be a little smaller, but then instead of it... the only thing, like, I feel like I want to do is I want to... go like this. So it goes all the way up a little bit. And make a little watchtower kind of thing here on the side of the house. So you'd have like a little area that would just be... yeah. Like that, like that. Okay. And then you'd come into this, you'd climb up, you'd have a little area at the top that'd just be a nice little watchtower. Although maybe what I would do is I don't know. I like it being this much space because it's better to have it be a little bit bigger than not. And then basically you come up here. Yeah. And then it'll just kind of... yeah. As you're going past, I mean, that would be the, what time is it? Oh, the sun is sinking. I need to get my, my stone cutter, but I don't know. I mean, just, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I just know I'm saying it. Whoop. That could have killed me, but it didn't. I can make a new, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna grab my current one. Hi guys. Sleeping through the night, and I just realized I have iron right in my house that I don't care about. Oh well. I have my iron. It's fun. I have iron over there too. So like I searched everywhere but where I should have been searching. And up the stairs. Oh, one of those grew. I could take all the leaves off of that one. That one would be a lot easier. Alright. So what I'm thinking go. Man. Is we could do like this. Oh yeah, let's just also do this. And then this. Yeah. And you could do the same thing kind of here too, right? Because it'd be like that, and then like that. Yeah. Just to add a little, like, just flavor to it. Have little holes over here, a few edges, just that little arrow slit thing, right? And bow. And then that would just look good. I need more stone though, so I'm gonna have to go get some. But stone is down here. It's easy enough to grab. I'll take that much because I don't need to. I have plenty more where I can get more stone and stuff. We first just stick these into here, and then we take a couple of these. There. Get this out. Same thing here. Put that there. There, kind of just creates a little area where you can kind of just see out. It probably looks a little weird on the outside, but the whole idea is just kind of, I could do this too. Let me see. Like that. I could do it like that instead. That way you have just a little bit more, just, it feels more, like that. Yeah. I don't know, I like that a little better, even though it feels more Minecrafty, if I'm being honest. And yeah, I like the idea that the wood just kind of isn't fully supporting. Alright, do the same here. Come across like that. Yeah. There we go. I need to talk more. Yeah, hello, man. There. Hello, Mr. You can't find your llamas. I wonder why. You just let them wander off in whatever direction they choose. And somehow they've gone mysteriously missing. I think they're over that way. I'm not actually sure. I haven't seen them in a while. Hopefully nowhere near my crops. Alright, Alright. And just do this. Yeah. Like so. There. Maybe just trying to decide what I'm going to do for a roof. Because I don't want it to be... Am I already out of wood? No, I can't be out of wood. I was about to be like, no way. Yeah, no, I have a little, or I have more, okay. Maybe this one's just a little less fanciful. Just like that, like that, like that, there. And like that. And then like that. Oh wait, no. I need to go sleep. That's what I need to do, but I need to think. How do I want to finish the roof? Yeah, I could have done that with the stairs, but I didn't want to do stairs, mister. You looking at me like that? I just want to feel like it's a little tumble down, a little. Alright. Should actually be like this. There, and then Try like that. Yeah. Also, the floor will be like this. So that's fine. There we go. Nice and simple. Nothing too fancy for the roof. Yeah. There we go. Grab that chain. I'm not sure if I want the chain or not. I think I want the chain because I think the chain will be just enough higher. Yeah, and then you stick this in, like so. Should be high enough. There. Nice. Very basic, very simple, very expected, but, okay. I could either put in these, change that out for that. Maybe I should. Although then you have that like that, but that's fine because then you have the here where it's this, like that. So if we figure we could do it like that. There we go, and then that goes up like that. Or wait, no. Yes? Yes. And then you just do this. Alright, do that. Do that. Like that. Do the opposite side, like the same. There. Yeah, like that. It'll be the same kind of thing all the way up and down. I'll get back up in a second, but, there. Let me see. From this side, does it look... It looks fine from this side for the most part. Other than that, I do need more wood to finish off the house. Yeah, it looks okay as you're going through the side. Yeah. It'll be fine. It'll be interesting. It'll be great. I'm probably boring you to death. Alright, and I apologize. Let me see, and then it's the same, I think, on this side. Yeah. Alright, so that's where that goes. This goes here. And this goes here. Same idea. Grab these. And we can just look from here. I mean, you can't tell it from this side, but it'll look okay. I think, I don't know. I don't know, but I do want the tallest building, be that tower, just to kind of really kind of show that off. The whole dynamic of the whole just vibes. Well, it isn't going to be the tallest building, actually. It's just... I hopefully will be, but there's a decent chance it won't be. Not because I lack the wherewithal or anything. It's just... Yeah. There. Another one of those. Alright, do that like that, and do that like that. Collect all the moss. Yeah. But it'll... Alright, so I want to probably go another, like, 2 layers and then maybe change to wood. Kind of, a little, just to really, like, hammer home that whole... It's a janky tower. Effectively built to just keep an eye out for dangerous things. It's the whole purpose. There. There. Yeah. So that'll be that house. Obviously it's not done yet, but I should make a little fence. Is it actually raining? No. Let me take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess. And that'll make 18. It's not gonna be enough, but it's gonna be enough to start. Kinda just... Yeah, I definitely need more, but yeah, see, it'll be kind of like that, and then it'll just, the villagers won't be able to get away. I do think it is raining over there, though. Let me, yeah, time to gather more piggies. Yeah, you stay in here. My body's starving. End game, I mean. I feel like we could probably use a bit too, but wait, I have food still. No wonder, I'm hungry. I could have sworn I had more time. Nope. I'm not eating. I'm being stupid. But, the potatoes down here or the potatoes up there? I have 3 potatoes down here, but that's not enough. Alright, Let me see. How many potatoes have I got up here? A few. Alright. I'm gonna breed several pigs. And then however many babies it would be. That's what I'm gonna do. So, 1. If I get new. Let me see. However many it is, let me just come out here to see if I can't see some piggies. I definitely have 4, so I can kill 4 pigs comfortably. Two, 3, 4. Oh wait, I have 5, 6. It's even better. 6. There we go. That'll do. Pig, that'll do. I have enough to cook up a little bit. Not a lot, but you know, I mean, it's something. And we can put this in here as well. I have enough for a little bit. I need 1 of these so I can cook up my food. I do need to make a, I think a furnace up top. Because I'm thinking what I want to do is I want to start making some, wait. I have the ability to do it. Let me make 1. There we go. Some of that. And then what we do here is we go like that. And then I go grab a piece of coal. And I make more resources. Because I will run out eventually. I say, knowing that I probably won't, but just to start. The whole process of getting back over to the whole charcoal thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can put this in now. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. I messed up. That's what I was thinking farther back, but it's fine. What we could do here instead is just fix this. By making it a sideways door. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait, why didn't I just use these? All fixed. There we go. So you can go in from here. And then overall, it'll actually be probably like more space back here to just leave alone. Or a bit of a wall kind of situation. Let me see, so what you could do is you could take that like that, and you could do a few walls in between. Or maybe instead... like 6, and then you do like... yeah. Do like that, and then you'd have like this. Just to kind of keep the mobs out. There. I don't know. I mean, it looks good, right? Like, as an ideal back. Maybe not, but I like it. I'm gonna need to sit down, but that won't be too much of an issue, I don't think. I could also, just to make things even more interesting, because you're gonna have this be like a little overpass anyway. Right? You can start by going boop, boop, boop. Or so, and then just be like... There we go. Like that. And then you can just have like a little on the other side as well. Just to kind of bring home the whole idea that just... Yeah. Yep. And... let's grab a little bit of this to make fences. I left the sticks down there. I'll make 6 though. All right. So what here? Or I want up one. Yeah, up one. And just move everything up like that, and then you just kind of come down here and you take these like so. And then you just take like this, and you kind of just go boop across. And mind you, you could do it like that as well, but and on the other side as well if I had more. But just to start with, yeah. Now you could have a little farm over here. I don't know. Actually just go like this. Like just have this like little so. Is that enough space, really? Not really. How far back would I go? Sorry, I'm just trying to think. How big would it be for just a farm? Yeah. Maybe about that big. It wouldn't be huge, but it's just to kind of have the in-town, out-of-town kind of thing, like I did with the other. With the ancient city a little bit. With the idea I want to do there, I'll do the same thing here, maybe. So as you come in, you kind of have just this area. Yeah, so you would come in, you'd have a little area back here probably. Same idea, a little. I do more of that whole quest idea, like the or you get your quest in here maybe. Maybe have another guild hall kind of thing. I think I do want to do like little towns that are kind of just like this is a small town, and you have a little like plot of land here. Have a house, a little guy in here. He doesn't do much. Yeah. I'll take that. And just kind of like if you're an adventurer, you obviously need a place to go on a quest, right? So that's what this would be. This is a pretty basic little area. You walk in, you have this whole thing. Get told that like maybe their sheep have escaped or something. Or that they need help with crops or something. Like so. Yeah, that's big enough. Alright, I was just trying to figure what would be a good size. Alright, we just put these in. Like so. Perhaps from here instead, though. And then we've got the orangey ones as well. That. And just kind of create this whole thing. Yeah. Like so. So, you know, you got it up here, that's like this, and then you come down here and you got another area like that here, but... pick all this up. Yeah. So it's big enough. To really kind of just... There, and then you have just like the bottom as well. I like the idea of just kind of have it all be the same here in this area, just to really hammer home the whole... This is a quest area, this is what you're going to see. Nothing too crazy. You can even have a few of these up here, like so. I mean, obviously you can see up there, but... Yeah. And then put all these things away. Or actually, let's just put these out here to just start filling in again. Alright, I also need to make sure I put in lights. Like that. Doing a little bit of work there, and also just kind of to go all the way back, because I realized this is gonna go farther back than I initially was thinking. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah, that feels like a little quest area, right? Right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But the idea is just kind of like... It's there. Kind of like that, and then just like... Oops. Yeah, I have totally got more. Yeah. And then another one of these. Just to really hammer it home. Kinda. I can't sleep yet. And finally here, because this is where it would be to begin. It's not going to be pleasant, but I can get back up there. Yeah. And then you do the same thing on the other side. It's just to have the whole thing be, like... Yeah. Tall. There we go. Let's see where it lands me when I wake up in the morning. Oh, I'm on top. Nice. But, yeah, that's just to kind of really get home here. You hit home by going here, and then you put one more orange chip here. Yeah, and that's the quest area. Slash, just, it's a little far to beat. This back here exists. Let me just say, if we say that that's if we can go back out as far as this. Yeah, because see, then you can go like this through this little thing here, and you can get over here, and this can be a little thing in the background. It's great. I swear. Yeah. So at the very least, it comes out here. It actually goes up further because I haven't put them in yet, but just, yeah. Alright, if we assume this is like this, then you come all the way out to here like that. Hello, SoCal Cheeser. How are you? Thank you for the first time chat, by the way. I am thinking 5, like that. This makes for a good building in the background here. I hope you're doing well, by the way. That. And then, yeah, because it comes to here and there. And then you'll just be able to come back around here for whatever this building's going to be. But you have to enter the town to kind of get into some of the areas, which is maybe a little questionable, but it'll work. And that's where it becomes important, right? It's most important to just be like, yep, it'll work. But yeah, I'm just currently, now that I've got a few of these buildings built up, I'm now like just figuring out the layout of the buildings and all that. So this could be kind of square, and then. Because you'll figure that this is like this in the back here. You could just put 1, 2. Actually, because the buildings are, these are commercial buildings, they could just legit go like that. And then, oh, am I doing that right? Yeah, because this is. And then, although I would go back a little bit further if I could, I just kind of can't. Or maybe I can. What's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I've got to go back 1. That is not great. So it'll be 5 by 5 for the first one. There. That feels a little bit better, because you'll have the road, you can come around and enter these buildings, but then you can also go into here. Maybe even have it be kind of like that. Because that makes it 7. So you come in here and you can go around, kind of idea. Or I could even just do it like this. So that unless you know that it's there, you can't go, you won't like necessarily see that that's there. I mean, you will, but it's a little bit more hidden, and that's kind of important about the whole idea. Just although maybe this building would be stone brick. But both can be the case. You'd have this here, you'd have this here. Anyway, I need to go back another one. That's fine. Alright, so you'd have stone brick. Stone brick. Like that. Like that. And then just to mark the space between, kind of like that. Yeah. So, and you can't really, you won't, like, these buildings will be filled in, so, yeah. So you really and truly will not see unless you're, like, because you'll be coming down this road, and you'll have a little bit of room here. I could legit make, like, I'm giving them space, but maybe the ones in the middle don't get space. I don't know. I'm trying to make decisions. Yeah, and then you'd have to know what road you're on and all that. It could be interesting though. Like you could have like literally just as like like maybe instead oh wait, that was fine. Yeah. Dude. Because these are the ones I don't need. But like maybe instead what it would be is that you have like that. And then these buildings would just be kind of up close, and then yeah, that could work actually. Thinking about it. These guys get a little bit of space because they're on the edge of town a little bit, but it's fine. And then you go across and you have like this little area over here. For the middle roads, it's like you're not going anywhere. I would let me fit in more villagers, and beyond that, it means I don't have to have as many walls. I still need walls over here, but I can move this one back a little bit, like houses and stuff, and have them be and the like and all that. And just yeah, I'll do that maybe, and just actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do it again. I'll make one more iron axe because life is easier with iron. I really should make a diamond axe, but that'll take. Yeah. I need more spruce. But, yeah, and you'll have an area back here maybe where there's like some buildings that'll be kind of crimped and scrapped because they'll be kind of just little bit, maybe even smaller buildings overall because they'd just be like along the edge of the wall. Maybe. Because that's going to be the watchtower. And it also lets all the buildings be just a little bit shorter than the watchtower itself. You can have air and stuff. Yeah. Although there could be space here again, I guess. Again, being kind of a little bit further out of town. Or, I don't know, not the main hub here. So yeah, you'd come down here. I need more, I need more spruce, so I also need my food. So let me go down and go feed pigs. Or maybe not feed pigs, maybe what I need to do with these potatoes is I need to start a little potato farm up here. And hopefully not die of starvation. In the meantime, because I have enough to get by. I just don't have a lot to get by. Do I have a water bucket? Yeah, I do. I kind of also like just the idea that just like the ground maybe will be a little bit more rough and cruff. I need to eat my last piece of steak. My apple as well. Apple first, right? Yeah. Yes, we'll have a little potato farm up here. By the way, what do you think so far of what I've done? You haven't had much of an opinion. I'll do the potato farm. I've gotten a few buildings started and set up. Looks fantastic, thanks. So, here's what I'm thinking, by the way, as long as I have your attention, and again, I'll do the potato farm, but I'm thinking I'm going to have this row and this row actually have them where they're all connected houses, so while the ones on the outside will have the space in between, the ones on the inside will not. To kind of make it feel like, yeah, this is the area that's like more built in, it's just as time goes on. Yeah. Exactly. Alrighty, and then we put this in here. It's not going to be much of a potato farm because I do want some aestheticness to it. Let's see. And that means, do I have any on me? I don't have any gravel on me, but I'm going to probably want to... That should be fine, right? Yeah. All these will grow potatoes. But, like, the idea is going to kind of be just, like, Maybe it's not the best locations to grow potatoes kind of idea. To just kind of stick to the whole, like, just fantasy, but it's still kind of Western-esque, if you will. So I'll get some gravel, I'll make some coarse dirt, and I'll stick that in with the crops. So that it just kind of like, yeah, it's there. it's the potatoes are growing despite it all. Idea. Just adds a little bit of roughness to it. It also makes the farmers feel just like a little bit more determined as they're trying to get this, like they're really trying to keep it to grow and thrive despite the weather being the way it is. Yeah. This is just kind of like, yeah, I gotta make more. I don't think I have enough gravel, but I'm gonna try. There. Kind of just a, yeah. I definitely don't have enough gravel. Yeah. But, you know, it just kind of looks, it's like, it's a painful day. Mr. Potato Farmer does not have a lot of life in his crops, but he's determined. So, at the, actually, yeah, that's probably what this is going to be. Like, in this little corner back here. At the guild hall, maybe there's a quest for, helping Mr. Little Potato Farmer over here with his crops. And what you have to do is you have to hunt, like, 5 skeletons. So you take the train out of town to, like, maybe another area kind of thing, and then you come back, and then you'd cross the bridge or whatever, and you'd bring the bone meal to him so that he could... I mean, obviously that wouldn't be a real... Yeah. Like, I mean, obviously it's not a real quest that you're gonna have, like, but... Because I'm not able to do adventure maps or anything, but just to make the world feel more alive. I kind of want to do some things like that, where it's just, like... In the quest board, and, like, even the underground city, I want to do something like that, like mining 5 ores. Or this tunnel has collapsed. The mining facility has sent a request for you to clear it. Or there's monsters in the so that'll also be kinda. But I just, it makes the world feel a little bit more alive that way, you know? So just be like, yeah. You're being asked to do, like, just to have those kinds of little things around. And obviously you'd have a little house in here, and maybe it's a little bit more run down than, like, and all that. Like, you'll get some patch work in the wood and all that. But just to kind of, like, really give the idea that, like, and I mean, just like with a map, right? I'm gonna have the fences across here and here, so that, like, obviously villagers can't get out, but also you can't just, like, be cheap about it. You have to cross the bridge into the new area, and then you enter the area, and then there's boundaries, so the area can't be left. You can't leave the area. Yeah. But just kind of like that. Some of the things I'm thinking I'd like to do just to have around the area. And not this, like, Obviously, Mr. Villager will be just fine with his potato farm in reality because, well, Mr. Potato Farmer doesn't really need the potatoes in the first place. But yeah, it was just like a little quest in reality where it's like, do this for, and maybe like the amount of money too. So maybe it's like 4 gold nuggets for the bone meal quest, right? Or maybe it's iron nuggets actually. Like maybe it's like 10 iron nuggets. That's enough to get by for a day or two while you're in town. It's a repeatable quest because obviously Mr. Potato Farmer makes quite a bit of money off of his potatoes and selling them to the town and all that. That's what he's a valuable member of society. Also, he doesn't eat out a whole lot because he's like, I'm a poor farmer. The idea would be like maybe it's 10 iron, or you can stay at the local inn for like 2 days for free or whatever. Or you get like 5 potatoes. But 5 potatoes actually gives you like 2 days free at the inn because you can give the potatoes to the innkeeper who needs potatoes, obviously. And so on and so forth. Things like that. I'm not sure how exactly it would work, but something like that. And obviously you have the train, like I said, it goes in and out. Again, to be loading area for like getting to a new area. Boop. Zoom. Not really loading, but just kind of like, you come out to here. This will be like a little train stop down here. And then maybe there's a way to go, or you can enter this cave here, right? Honestly, I need to find a place where there's a skeleton spawner. I'm not doing it right now because that would be a little cheaty, but like, if I could find one, then what you'd have is like that farm. You have to go to the farm kind of thing. And have a guy there who runs the dungeon is like... Because, let's be real, if it's actually like an actual fantasy town, right? Like the quests and everything. Do you really think a dungeon is going to be like unexplored? Let's be real here. That's not happening. But, you know, you pay, you go in, you work, you bring the supplies back, and then you get paid for that. A little mix of, like, it being a little modern. And you even would potentially have villagers who are just, or not villagers, but you had adventurers who's just like, it's a job. Nah, no. You don't think that would be the case. But it's like, it's a job. But you'd also have those that aren't explored and stuff, obviously. But, like, I mean, I'm gonna go here. I think some entrepreneurial, like guy is gonna be like, yeah, I could run this place. Or maybe you have like dungeons that are actually dangerous, and then you have the ones that you can go to that's just easy. And those are the ones where there's like a guy running it who's like, if you want it, you gotta pay this much money. Or you go to or you go over there across the street and it's like this huge like castle kind of thing, and you can't really leave, or it's just like, it's kind of like it could kill you, and it's just like, I'll pay the 2 iron to use the farm. Or if you're just that determined, you're gonna be like, I'm not paying. It might kill me, but I'm not paying. No. And so that's how that goes. Has to make choices. But I mean, would that be more appropriate? Where you have some where it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, you're not getting you're gonna not get in for free, but it's an easy task to get the items you need, or versus like, yeah, you could go there, You're probably gonna die, but it's free. And obviously you'd have villagers who are, or not villagers, you'd have adventurers who are like, you can't make me go there. Like, over my dead body. It's like, yeah, that's the point. I'm not paying. If you want to be my party, you have to go with my rules. It's just like back and forth bickering. I don't know. Things like that. I find myself thinking that those kinds of things would just be great to have. Just as world building as well. And then you'll have like, oh, there's actually a dude here. What you selling? I mean, you are selling sand, but I don't need sand at the moment. I'm sorry, sir. But I mean, like, you're gonna get that. It's one of those things where I feel like a fantasy novel. Like I'm like often like, okay, how is there no like nobody's like just going, yeah, you want to use it, you gotta pay, and there's like nobody going, yeah, I'm not paying, I'm gonna go die instead. It's like, yeah, but it's 20 blah 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 to revive. It's cheaper just to use the easy dungeon. It's like, because, you know, higher risk, higher reward. And it's just like, yeah, no. And the only person who truly makes anything is your healer. Because they charge double now if you're going to force them to go to that area. Thank you very much. So they make extra money. Because there's no way in heck that you are going to succeed in getting someone who you actually know to go on this adventure with you. Or to that dungeon. Like, no. Anyway, I don't know. I just kind of like that as an idea. Like, it's like, yeah, you could go there. Don't go there alone. Kind of thing. Especially, like, you could have, like a whole storylines of couple fights. That way as well. Or it's like, you come across a couple arguing. You're gonna help them? And it's like, yeah, sure. And then you find out what it's about, and you're like, yeah, no, never mind. I'm not helping that. That is above my pay grade. Thank you very much. Because it's just like, yeah. They need somebody who has a better attack. It's called world building. Thank you. Heck, it'd be like a great way to have like the storyline, just like if you were to have like a main character kind of thing. Like if it's a single player game, especially kind of thing, where you can like make a choice. Like, yeah, I'll talk to them. You find out, you turn around, you leave as soon as you find out the real reason why nobody is helping them out. Cue about 2 weeks later after you finished up your quest, you're about to leave town. Or you hear that they like if you choose to help them out, yeah, you potentially die in the quest. If you choose not to help them out, then you have like 2 weeks later kind of thing, and or whenever you're leaving, you hear about how they tragically passed. As they didn't have the whatever your role is. And stupidly went in anyway. Which is kind of cruel, I acknowledge, but, like, the whole point is, yeah, it tells you how I mean, you could either take it as telling you, wow, you basically succeeded in surviving by not taking that trick quest, or you take it, or trap quest, or you go, no, now they're all dead. I can't get any other like things from them now. Depends on your the kind of player you are, but and the reality would be it's closer to being like a trick quest kind of thing. It's not really. But you can manage to get something out of it. It's just something bad, like something maybe mediocre. Is the whole thing after doing a whole lot of quests. But it would be for world building specifically. Rather than like, yeah, you should actually help them out. In fact, there'd be several things that are like, are you sure you want to help this, guys? Are you sure? And if you, like, if you could, like, maybe have the character be able to express guilt, and then have, like, somebody be like, there's no point in feeling sorry for them. That was gonna happen eventually. After all. They killed the last team member, that's why they didn't have someone. Like, maybe, like, as an assurance, like, for somebody who's, like, worried about, like, the 100% kind of thing. Just to be like, yeah, no, don't worry too much about it. It's not. It's fine. Or you get told that they died a really long time ago. Kind of thing. Like, you see a memorial, you feel like, oh no, and then it's like, yeah. And then they died? Oh yeah, so there's a couple that died, like, 5 years ago because of their own stupidity. Nobody wanted to help them out for obvious reasons, and, well, some say they still haunt the gate leading on. Yeah. It'd be creepy. Well, I mean, you know, mini games have that creepy element. That's why I'm saying it could be like a really good way to do it. Like, yeah, you meet them, you go through the whole thing, you find out, oh no, they died. For the very same reasons that, like, it's the real reason why people are ignoring them and stuff. You're just haven't learned of them yet, so you're the current, victim slash. In fact, you could even have, or if you like you do accept the quest kind of thing. It does lead to like a place where it's like, but there's like no dungeon left because it's been restricted or whatever. It's like, join us. It's just it'd be very creepy but very good. It'd be very cool. I say cool. It probably wouldn't be that cool, but just to kind of like, yeah, really do that world building and all that. But you just kind of. Is kind of necessary. Yeah, we're gonna remove this so that we can make a nice wall along the back as well. Only one place needs a proper wall, potentially. Although I'll probably build like a... I'll actually build a wall. Here, do the same thing as over there. But, yeah, no, it'd just be an interesting little thing to add in there, just to be like, yeah, no. You had no idea what you almost fell into trap-wise. thing you didn't try to follow them. And like legit, that's like just something they say, and it's just like, yeah. Why did nobody tell me about this? Well. Didn't think it was important. Like that. I know there's a, but the whole point kind of here is just to be like, yeah, we get. Yeah, but yeah. All right, there we go. I have a little bit of wool here. This is gonna be how the wool works. It'll go all the way up though. Like I said, there's a little watchtower here. And this could also have like a quest as well, where it's like spend the night in the watchtower kind of thing. Where you have to stay in the watchtower while the guard goes and finds so-and-so. Or just like you have to stay all night kind of thing. And it's a good prize. Like, you know, you get like maybe like a whole gold ingot or gold coin or whatever. But if you fail, you have to give up like 5 iron, which is a significant amount. I mean, remember, like, potentially 2 iron might let you stay like spend the night at the tavern twice. Kind of thing. But the whole idea is you have to go up here to the top. Should be a little bit taller than it currently is. Not by much, but a little bit. And then you just have to stay there. You can't leave. And if you do, you fail. Potentially. Yeah. I don't know. I just think that that's a pretty ideal, just kind of way to handle it. For, like, if I designing quests. Like, yeah, you can. You can't slack, but you gotta remember. And obviously you're skipping like another quest in this case as well. To choose the and all in the seat. Better sounds neat to you? Yeah. This is a better quest, but maybe you miss out on like 3 smaller quests that, like, unless you know what your reward is, and like you're only told you get like a silver or an iron, right? You're told you get like maybe like 3 iron nuggets for just staying for like an hour or whatever until he comes. But if you stay the whole time, that's when you get the better prize, because it's like, I feel bad, says the watchtower guard. I didn't mean to be gone that long. Take this. And it's effectively really a bribe, but yeah. But you basically miss out on maybe mushroom gathering, which gives you 2 iron, and you miss out on monster taming or monster hunting kind of thing, like a monster hunting quest that gives you like maybe 3 iron, which already that those 2 things together, which you could do both of those, obviously outweigh the quest you're currently doing that would only be giving you the 3 iron, or potentially even maybe like 2 copper. But then, if you stick out the whole quest just because you're like, well, I did agree, you get paid way more. Kind of idea. And just have quests like that where it's like, yeah, you could take the easy quest here, that gives you 2 copper or 3 silver or whatever, right? Or 3 iron, really. Or you could do this quest that doesn't necessarily guarantee anything, but has the potential to give you, to pay out way more than what you kind of thing. Where then you'd have the, you know, who's the experienced versus who's the not, because people who are experienced with the game, no, pick that one that looks like pathetic. Don't pick the one that's like, rather it looks like for the amount of time and stuff, like, no, you pick that one. And then of course you'd have some quests that are still not good there either, but they'd be less prevalent. Especially in the early game area, you know, especially if you're like doing replayability, like, you know, pick this quest instead. Yeah, it looks cheap, but it's better. But obviously your first time playthrough, you don't know that, so you probably don't pick it. Or you find out about the 5 coin removal. Point being, it would depend on your playstyles and stuff. In other words, something like, say, the Night Watch quest would be good for like somebody who likes to really roleplay. Be like, of course, I will watch this place for you, Sir blah blah blah, or yeah, that's silly, Sir. And then they get rewarded, whereas somebody who maybe is just trying to get out of the beginner areas as fast as possible is like, nah, I think not. Or if they actually did take it on, they're like, yeah, I know I agreed to this quest, but you know what? I'm fine skipping it. Point being, more quest XP and more money would come out of the quest, but you wouldn't know that. Anyway, other quests you could have, or since we're gonna have like a couple different stores, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I might do this here, and then you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, and have another 5 here, like so. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same idea. Stores aren't very big, but they'll do nicely. But maybe like the weaponsmith needs, I'm like diamond pieces. I run out of food. And then I'm gonna regret having grown my potatoes, but I needed to grow them. It's better investment. Do I have any up here? Do I need to go down? That's over here. Grow a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you have where you have to make choices. Maybe some of them feel like great choices. Maybe some of them feel a little cheap. But then the overall is just kind of like, yeah, you make your choices. And you live with them. I don't know. Like the potato farmer. The potato farmer is living with his choices. After all, he could have had a pretty good life. If he had chosen to live anywhere else. Heck, oops. I think I got all the pigs. I guess I have an odd number of pigs. Well, that's fine. But yeah, no, you can have like the point being there's choices. You have the things you can choose. And if anyone suggests otherwise, then they're just told, yeah, you could not live here, kind of thing. Like especially to the and you'd have people go, yeah. If you're not careful, you're gonna end up like that, like Old Man Higgins there. It's like, what's wrong with more Old Man Higgins? He seems like a decent guy. You'll end up growing potatoes in the middle of nowhere with everybody mocking you for that. Be like, but what? Yeah. Behind your back, no less. I'd just be like, but how does that make any sense? I shouldn't come out here because my pigs won't grow out here, but I need the food. I need the food. I need to start thinking like maybe over here's is a cave dungeon. Do I have any? I do have a light. Kind of go out like that. Like so. You just kind of get assured, yeah. Oops, I need this. Ooh, it's actually pretty good. There we go. Just keep grabbing things like that. But yeah, no, you're just told, yeah, you could just do whatever you want, but this is why you consult. Like, you could even have a whole thing where it's like, for your whatever you're doing, there's like a recommendation officer that gives recommendations based on your abilities. And if you choose not to ignore them, you're known as the fool. One of the fools, rather. And you get told your life is probably going to end at the hands of an evil monster. And you just gotta suck it up, Buttercup. But yeah. But kind of to just show that this is heck, even like a man major, like just... You have that going off in that direction. They could potentially have one going off in this direction. Kinda. Yeah. And then you throw in a couple of just like bricks here and there. Just for the... Oh, hello? Do I have the bricks? Where are the bricks? I swear I just made bricks! Did I just use them? Yeah, okay. Let's try this again. I don't know where the bricks went. Kind of just toss that in there. See, and that just kind of becomes like that. Oh, the sun is setting. Yeah. Grab these. But let's just kind of start like having a dungeon. I don't know if there's gonna be a sky spawner that way or not, but you know, we could try. Eventually, and then you have gold. Actually, the one thing that'd be considered good about an unclaimed dungeon is you can potentially find loot. You probably won't, but you could find loot. And it's treated as a very, like, rare thing, because, you know, I mean, normally when you go in, you're like, yeah, I'll find the loot, and it's like, there's nothing. About 2 hours into exploration, you're just like, yeah, whoever bought this dungeon, or sold this information, probably already raided it. But yeah. I mean, obviously, anything you see along the main path here is going to be a dungeon that is, potentially private, is probably owned. Just for the nature of it kind of thing. You'll even get told that, like, yeah, don't hold your hopes up of finding something along the main road. If you did, it's probably somebody else's. There. There, and then you can do that, and then just... potentially like a big window here, because you got the light up here. Maybe this is the desk, and maybe this is where the bounty board goes, if you will. So you could look out this way and be like, wow, that's so pretty. To nothing. I mean, it'll be nothing there, but you can see out this way a little bit, but it'll be behind the, better have it here. Actually, it might. Actually, the red would go good here. We didn't get that a whole lot, but... and then you'd have, there's this layer here. And then you'd step up. Like so, you can step up here, you can step up here. That'll help let you just know where you're allowed to be versus where you're not. A little bounty board here kind of thing. It's a small town, so there's not going to be a lot of quests. So something that small actually works well. Like so, like so. There. And then we take this like this. And you go up like this. There, just so you have like that nice little entrance. Again, yeah, you're not gonna see it like just like walking around. I mean, that's the thing. The idea of this building is it's kind of like hidden away. Mostly because nobody wants to deal with the adventurers. They're like, yeah, adventurers can just... They could be where they are, but they don't let them be in the mess. Like, they're not part of, like, civil society. Even though they kind of are. But the whole point would be like, yeah, unless you basically go back and behind here. You're not going to get to this place. But, yeah, so they're basically given quests nobody else wants to do. Is the idea. As well, just to kind of really make things, like, clear that, yeah, you know, I mean, you're welcome-ish. But the only work you can expect is, like, low pay. And then the worst part is they get told that up front too. It's like you can't even be like, oh, I didn't get told this. That's why most of the quests are just like, yeah, they're not very great. Oh, that's why they're beginner quests. So it wouldn't be a starting town, but it'd be like an area effectively near your starting area. One of the first towns you maybe come across. Whereas the ancient city would maybe be like maybe intermediate. Kind of thing. Ow. So you don't need to have as much skill for these quests because they're just like nobody else wants to do them here. Whereas in the city, you're actually sent out on real quests as well. Just ideally. And then, and that's just literally like how they tell you how it works. It's like, yeah, you can live here, you can work here. You can't live here, but if you wanna to do things, you gotta pay. And like that, and like that. And eventually you're definitely gonna leave just because it's gonna be like, yeah, I don't want to deal with that. Is also the idea. Mostly because it's like, the idea would be not because you're an adventurer, ooh, poo poo, but like more along the lines of, like, in this case, like, people who want to be adventurers are, well, frankly, suspicious as all get out. It's like, well, who would want that? Be the idea. Oh, it feels nice to be able to walk into your home. So basically then it would just be like, yeah, they're there. So to the village, to the town folk could just be like, yeah, I gave them a job. They accepted it excitedly. A little worried about that, them adventurers there. They're quite right in the head, if you know what I mean. Like, this would be a conversation they'd be having. You can literally, like, walk right on past and ignore. Most likely just because you're just like, eh, what? Are they saying something? Well, starts feeling really strong and powerful once you start adding in a little. Mind you, this wall is like pathetically weak. But it's a thing. Can't sleep yet. But like, it'd be like active, just like concern, not like they're just like judging you as well. Like, if you listen in, you might take it as, ugh, how rude. But they're just like literally like they accepted the cleaning up the sewers, and they got excited about it. Like, we like the idea of quest adding to the story. I do too. Like, I that's something I definitely enjoy. Like with side quests, like with the JRPGs kind of thing, like Legend of Zelda. Any side quest you take, it fills in the world a little bit more. But I do just kind of feel like I'd love to see just also again, this is just not real because I can't make a game, but like I said, you can have where it's like you can come across this conversation where they're talking about how adventures are just not right in the head. I'm going through this whole thing, and it's like you could come out of it like, ugh, super offended. Then if you stuck around like 5 minutes longer, they're just like, I put a quest up on the. I know what you mean. I put up a quest board on the quest board just because I feel so bad for them. How much could they need? Like, how low on funds are they that they're excited about such menial jobs, kind of thing. It goes into this whole thing where they're just concerned because they're like, why would you be excited about this job that's like literally the worst kind of thing. Hearing about it's fascinating. Thank you. But yeah, no, like you'd have this whole conversation where if you listen into part of it, it's like, yeah, you come up with that was rude, but obviously you're kind of ruder by listening in on them. But if you stick around a bit longer, you hear like where they're just like, and I put, me too. I put the quest up to have them get me some apples. Honestly, I could just buy apples, but I feel so bad, and it honestly isn't that much more expensive to have them go get the apples. Honestly, it's a little bit cheaper because they don't know about the store, or it seems like sometimes. But I'm just worried. They go get the apples themselves, kind of thing. It's like sometimes they end up a bit cheaper, kind of thing. But it'd be the reason why I think that something like that would be good because it's just like then you'd have just these moments where, like, if you listen to part of it, maybe it comes off as like, oh, or it's like, oh, they're so sweet. But then if you listen longer, then that's when you'd be learning about, like, what's really being said. Like, let's say somebody comes off saying, man, I love adventurers, right? Or it's like, oh, that's so nice of that guy, and you walk off, right? If you stick around to hear them praise you some more, though, you hear, they're such fools. and just like you'd have something like that. Like, it's not exactly twist dialogue kind of thing. It's more along the lines of just like, literally, it's like when you're listening in and you're just like, yeah, oh, that's so sweet. Or it's like, ah. And then the reality is just like, no, it's actually the opposite. But you actually have to stick around for it to come off as anything other than just what you've decided it is. And just kind of have that happen like a little bit like throughout the whole story. Like maybe there's things that you can learn, but maybe sometimes you need to stick around longer to learn the things too. Like maybe there's a guy who's saying to like his buddy, I heard that there's a dungeon out by da-da-da-da-da. Like, you could go out and try to go to that dungeon, but if you stick around for like 5 seconds longer, his buddy goes, dude, have you forgotten that we've been told not to go anywhere near that place? It's covered in, it's crawling with like something or other, right? Like, it's crawling with fire creatures. What's wrong with you? So, if you don't listen, you might burn up and die. If you do listen, you probably don't. Because, you know, at least the very least, bring some, like, fire retardant gear, some fire resist type of potions or food or whatever it is. But, like, if you only listen to part of it, then you're just, you're up a creek. Heck, information that maybe, like, one person's sharing can be told to be, like, completely wrong because they're trying to get the other person to go on their own. And the other person's just like, yeah, I'm not fooled by you. Heck, look at this little town here, right? It's coming along. You have people, like, all over the town just being like, well, we could do this, or I could do that. I think I'm actually going to make this bridge a little bit wider. Looking at it, because I kind of feel like it should be like the size of the road. But like the whole thing, you can go through and be like, yeah, no, you do that yourself. But again, the more you've played the game and you go back through, you're like, yeah, you could go do that on your own. Versus like, if you're starting out the game, it's like, yeah, maybe. Versus like, nope. Heck, you can have whole storylines, not just the one I mentioned earlier, but just like in general, where it's like around the idea of, do you risk it or do you not? Some of them, it's like, oh yeah, that's worth it. Some of them, it's like, yeah, I'd rather not. Some of them, like, like I said, once you get to a certain point, like, you don't know what's going to be the one that's like, this is the good idea versus this is the bad idea. And heck, maybe even like certain characters you need to go ask kind of thing. Like maybe you ask the guildmaster, hey, so I heard so-and-so mention that they need something or other kind of thing. And it's like, then the guildmaster can be like, no they don't. Whoever told you that is lying. Or it's like, or for a dungeon, like, I heard this dungeon, there's a dungeon here. Because you can get information that way as well. Like the guildmaster can give you info, like yeah, there is a dungeon here. It's actually a pretty good dungeon, but you gotta pay for it. Versus, there's nothing there. Whoever told you about that definitely just doesn't have your interest at heart, kind of thing. Or even just like, well, if you want to check it out, that's on you, man. And you have people just tell you, like, if they tell you that you could check it out on your own, don't do it. Kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, I just kind of like that as an idea. Like, it's just like, yeah, oh yeah. It's a pretty big town. See, it's pretty easy to fill this place where I just don't care about how it looks. But yeah, no. And you could just have that like all the way down the line where it's like, yeah, you could do that, but should you do that? Heck, like depending on how you would have the story start, like maybe it's like you can choose your you're choosing your start. Oh, hello, Demon Lord Raiju. I'm discussing if this was a game, like there's designing and explaining some things. The idea. But basically, by the way, how are you? I hope you're doing well. But, yeah, no. Like, you could have a whole, like, thing. Like maybe if you choose, like, the Mesa, you end up on this teeny tiny farm, like, out that way, or something like that. I'm sorry to hear that you're not doing so hot, but it's a pleasure having you. And I hope you do get better. But, yeah, so you'll have, where it'll be like you can pick, like, maybe, like, if you pick the as I was saying, the Mesa, you have this little tiny farm you start out on. And you have, like, a granny character. And Granny can give you great information if you go back and talk to her, but the farther out you go, obviously, the harder it is to get back to to your family farm. Cause, well, like, while you can unlock maybe like a warp gate, the warp gate would not be within about a 2-minute walk. Depending, and then you might have to go through several warp gates in general. Kind of idea? Like, let's say you leave the country, like, because if you're doing it by country kind of thing. If the game was big enough. Obviously, I'm not able to do something like that, but if it was, then you would have, like, maybe you have to go through 2 warp gates to get back to here, because you have to go through that country's warp gate to this country's, like, official warp gate, blah, 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 because protections and stuff. And then from that, you have to get into a second warp gate that would take you back to, let's say, obviously this wouldn't be where the farm is. This is, like, a town that's near the farm, but, again, let's say the farm is, like, right over there, across this. We have to find a way to go around and stuff. The warp gate would be to leave the area and get back to the area would be about like over there on that island probably. Or you could go to the one in the ancient city, which would obviously be even further, or it would be closer to the opening area, but it's not close to the opening town. It's actually like an intermediate town that you only find out about later on. So again, like starter, like first time playthrough, you go through here first because you're sent here, you go through the whole thing. Second time through, maybe you try getting to the ancient city. If you remember how to get there, kind of thing. The idea would be. Because technically you probably could, but it would not be, it would be a lot easier if you were to go later when it actually technically unlocks, but you can go earlier. As an idea. And then as you just travel around, I mean, like you have options, kind of thing. You would have the ability to technically do things, and you'd have sometimes where it's just like, yeah, you could. And it's like determining what's better on how to play through, kind of thing. Obviously you would have to have cats that could be pet in the town. Because otherwise, I mean, what's the point? Alright? And having the town be the way it is. But, like, you'd have to know where the pets are. Like, maybe the Adventurer Guild has a cat, but to get to the cat you have to go around back. Like, I'd remove this, but like maybe there'd be like a little way to go around back and there's a cat sleeping on like a nice little area. Or maybe it's that you come through and then you have to look like right over here and pet the cat. And maybe the guard master has a cat. The cat is not always in here, would be the idea. Or the tower guard. But, like, occasionally, like, when you come through, you can pet the cat. And the cat would be, like, right here by the ladder up. It will eventually be here. So you can pet that cat. And then you'd also have the potential for a farm cat. But that cat cannot be unlocked and pet until you've gone through the... At least, like there's like a quest specific to poor Mr. Potato Farmer that isn't the like daily bone meal quest that you can take. Instead, it's a friendship quest. That instead of getting like your normal like prize, you get like friendship points. But if you unlock like the area, you can go in, and inside is a cat that you can pet. And the cat can potentially give you, like, a gift as well. Depending on how often you enter. So, like, maybe the cat has, like, a 1 in 5 chance of giving you a piece of string or whatever, right? And when you pet the cat, I mean. And it'd be a daily thing, again, probably. Just stick to that with the whole how that guy would work. What are you doing? Yeah, I see you're here. But yeah, then you have where like maybe in the ancient city you have like a cat that's again, it's just one of those things where it's like it's a Alright. Alright, guys. I need food. I kill 5 of you. 3. Or... There we go. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, like you could have like a cat that's in a few different places. Just have like little cats and things that you can find. And maybe they can give you a gift, but yeah, you definitely can pet them. Not all of them are like giving gifts for pets. But the ones that are harder to get, like the farmer's cat and stuff, maybe you would in fact be able to get a gift out of that guy. Of course, you'd also have to have some dogs as well, but the dogs depends on the situation. Like, maybe you can pet them, maybe you can't. Because maybe, like, they're not available, like, they're, like, maybe it's a guard dog, and it's like you're told, you can't pet that dog, but you can give the dog a treat. So you can give the doggy a treat. And then there'd be other dogs that obviously you can pet. But you could have like certain animals that you can interact with. Like maybe you have chickens that you can feed like once every 5 or so days. And every time you feed the chickens, you get a chance to get a feather kind of thing, or get feathers. Without having to kill any animals or anything? Or you're just gonna get like a free feather? Or not a feather, you get like you feed the chicken for like 10 days and then you get like 10 feathers. And seeds are a lot easier to get, right? Than finding the mystic animal that drops feathers specifically that you would need. So you could do that. But it takes longer, obviously, because it's like 10, maybe end game days, not like, There you go. So, but it's like all about the choices you can make. Like, yeah, you can choose to go through like I mentioned with the quests. Like you could choose to do the two that look like they're better quests, or you could do the one that looks like it's a worse quest that takes longer, but then that quest actually gives you more rewards overall. Also, if you fail to do the quest, you lose more, but it's a better investment, but it doesn't look like it is to start out with. It'd be the same thing like with maybe animals and stuff. Like maybe with feeding the chicken, you miss out on something else, but it's a guaranteed way to get those feathers. Rather than having... Because, like, you feed them the seeds, and then the chicken, as it's walking around, might drop a feather kind of thing. I mean, obviously, that's not how real chickens work. They only really lose their feathers when they're molting, but, you know, I mean... overall, but yeah, they occasionally will lose a feather or two, like over the day and stuff. Like if when you lose your hair, like when you have like a hair strand come out of your hair kind of thing. Not like losing your hair. Let me be clear, but just like, or your cat shedding, right? Cats shed, right? So you could find a little like of a, but it would be more worth it to not do it, but. Maybe there's also something else you can get, like, maybe that's a way to get friendship points with, Mr. Potato Farmer. Because you're helping his poor chickens have food, because, again, the whole... He's got to live with his choices. And, they're not great choices. And of course you could maybe even sell, like, yeah, I could sell you the feathers, and just like... And again, that would be one where I do think, like, whether the guy can keep, or is able to keep all his chickens or not, that would probably be determined by if you feed the chickens or not. But it's not like it would, like, tell you specifically, oh, it's because you refuse to feed the chickens the food. It'd just be like, he was forced to cull some of his precious chickens, and never specify why, you know? And of course, because feeding the chickens takes like no time at all, it wouldn't really... But it'd be a choice. You make the choice. You lock yourself in on that kind of choice. And after that point, if he's forced to kill his chickens, then the likelihood of you becoming closer, or friendship, getting the friendship points, goes down by like a 50% chance, where like before you get a 100% chance of getting them if you did some of his, or no, you'd have like a 75% chance for some of his quests. I mean, like, no. It'd be about 25% chance for like a regular quest, whereas if he has for like normal, if you do feed his chickens, then it goes up to like a 50% chance for like normal quests, and obviously you also get the friendship points whenever you feed the chickens. And then if like daily, I mean, not like like when like maybe once every 2 to 3 days would be like 25, and then you'd have daily would be the 50, and then if you don't feed them, it basically becomes a 0% chance. Again, because he's just like and if he knows you have seeds, if somebody tells like somebody else in the village like says, oh, they sold me seeds, then it becomes like a negative point. So it's like, if you don't feed his chickens, don't tell others you have seeds, kind of thing. So it'd be kind of like a reputation system. But again, the only thing that you'd really be losing out on would be the special cat. But that still would be like, no, not the cat. Also, you have the potential that in that playthrough he has to get rid of the cat too. Depending on how much you don't help him. And you only find out after the fact. Because obviously if you're actually helping him out, right, with the getting the stuff and stuff, then if you're not helping him, then instead of his life improving and he's like, oh, thank you so much, eventually, right? Instead it becomes, and then maybe at some point it just literally becomes the whole, right, you can do 2. It legit just becomes the he had to move away or whatever. A sanitized version of yeah, he died. You could actually help this guy, and but it would be like sanitized like that, because otherwise it's just like you're punishing them for not knowing. I don't know, actually no, totally punish them. It's like, game be cruel in that front, like you stuck around the town and literally the only person that's like, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know, maybe that'd be too much to be like, yeah, no, you're the reason that old Mr. Potato Grower had no chance. He offered, well, a good payment too. like you have to outright have to be like spiting him. Well, no, in this case, it'd be like specifically like it'd be like because it'd be a situation where it's like you'd have to be like outright spiting him to like not like do his quest, because his quest would be like, Get material you probably have anyway. Get iron. That's enough to buy, like low. Kind of thing. And obviously because his money eventually runs out, that's why he dies, right? But, like, especially for an early game quest, like, let's say you have, like, 3 quests on the board, right? One quest says, go monster hunting, get, like, 1 iron per skeleton killed. And you have to prove you killed them. Like, you have to have, like, a... So, like, a tribute point will drop. But it doesn't always drop. It's like it's a 60% chance that the point drops, but it's like that means that even if you kill 5 skeletons, you might not even get the get 1 like counting point kind of thing. So you don't get any iron. Then you have another quest that says what would be another quest? Oh yeah, laundry duty. Where you do the laundry, right? For like somebody asks you to get soap, and then you basically would only be making 2 iron off of it. And then you have Mr. Potato Seller, that's like get bones, seeds, or whatever that you probably gathered or gained from some other quest anyway. And it says 5 iron. Right? Or maybe even the others are like copper and then he actually gives iron. Yeah. So like, laundry duty. Get Mrs. Hagelbottom soap. Reward 3 copper. Monster hunting duty. For every skeleton, for every proven skeleton kill, you get 1 copper. And then you have Mr. Potato Seller. Let's say, especially if you have this quest and this quest, like, bring me some bone meal. 5 iron pieces. I'd be like, I can do this quest and this quest. This quest, I get guaranteed money from this quest, because you can do more than 1 quest, right? Especially, like, or, and since this would be like a daily quest, you could be like, I can go do this quest, and then I can just literally make the money from this quest. I don't even have to, like, get the points from this one. Just make sure you get 1 point. And then you can actually make quite a bit more, you can make quite a bit more money selling the bones and the bone powder to Mr. Potato Seller here. Actually, he needs a name. You know, we need names for, like, all the characters, right? So, let me see. Make you feel even worse. Like, maybe you don't know his name until, like, if he dies. Just make it all the worse. Because, like, up until that point, like, people will be like, that man, he just sells his potatoes. He needs to get to do da-da-da-da-da-da. Kind of thing. You know what? I'm going to go see if I have any birch, actually. I mean, I have birch, but, you know. Kind of thing. But, like, you'd have to have, like, names for different characters and all that. And certainly it might be, like, considered, like, ooh, hidden dialogue kind of thing, but at the same time, it'd be like, you missed out on, like, I mean, you're not necessarily gonna be, well, yeah, you're totally gonna get told, what the heck is wrong with you, but it's more along the lines of just, like, Bob. I don't know about Bob. Let me think. Like, cause he's gotta have, like, a full name. Or maybe just, like, a... Yeah. Cause this is a game, so they'll have, like, full names. Even though, obviously, in reality, they probably wouldn't have last names. If it was a fantasy. So, like... Let's say... This house is Mrs. Hagel Bottom. There. They gotta have they gotta have interesting names. You love it. I'm gonna do 2 others before I do his, I think, actually, so I can think. And obviously the marker there is so that you can take it to the right house. And, I mean, the real answer, obviously, well, we'll have the villagers in there and they don't need much space. But obviously, much like any other game, the space on the inside of it would actually be actually larger. It's just to mark, like, spots. You know what, we'll do this one, because this one's actually done. We'll do it down here. Mr. Glipglop. Whoops. Glipglop. Glipglop. And it even have like 2 P's there. There. Actually, no. Be Glippy-clop. There. Mr. Glippy-clop. I'd probably move it up to above. But for now, they're just there. And then over here, let's give him his name. Oops, no. Russell. Min. Old Russell. Mon. AKA Mr. Potato. I think I spelled that wrong. Oh, I'll just leave it there. I know I'm spelling it wrong, but there we go. Potato seller. Potato. I'd probably leave it in the game. Yes! Who you wrestle on? I don't know. I mean, it just... I could make it something else. But, you know, I mean, I was actually thinking, like, Pokemon, but, yeah, same idea. Digimon, Pokemon, yeah. Like, WrestleMon. But, yes, it's just like, yeah. Cool. But, yeah, no, I mean, it's just, like, you give them some unique names, and they can have some, like, unique... You could have some, like, unique dialogue stuff as well, potentially, that would be for each of them. So, like, maybe Mrs. Higglebottom here. Like, if you manage to gather, like maybe she doesn't have a quest, but if you manage to gather, like, some syrup kind of thing, like you go through a certain quest line kind of thing. Again, it'd probably start with Mr. Old Russellman or the Mr. Potato Seller. Where he has a quest for you to get, like, and this would be a friendship quest, not a, like, for money quest kind of thing. But he has, like, a quest for you to get, melon seeds, or it's just, like, some specific type of seed kind of thing. Like, maybe he gets you to get, like, celery seeds, right? Because his chickens like it. But he can't really get it for them that often. So if you go and do that quest, then he'll give you a book called, like, the secret, I don't know. We'd have to decide that, like, more to, like, tomorrow. But, like, he gives you something, and then if you have that on you and you walk past the guardmaster's house here, right? He will be like, hey, I've been trying to get that, etc., or whatever. I don't really really have anything on me right now, but how about we trade this? I'll give you this, and it's like I don't know, something or other. And then if you come over here to like somebody else, like maybe you go into the general store. One of these will be the general store, and you have the item on you, and then it'd be like, they'd be like, well, shall I make that into syrup for you, right? And it's just called syrup. And it's like, this isn't syrup. But then if you go to Mrs. Higglebottom will be like, is that syrup? And we'll offer to take it off your hands for a reasonable price. Like 2 iron, which would be like more than you would get for selling it, because you would sell it for like 5 copper. But then, like, you might get, like, a unique dialogue the next day about how Mrs. Higglebottom needs to, be more careful when she's, drinking, if you will. Or like, you get told that she went on a rampage after having, like, a bit too much to drink. And then they wonder, where the heck did she get that syrup? And then you find out that basically what you sold her was... But that would only be unique dialogue you'd only get by going through that whole quest line kind of thing. You know? But that would be like a whole thing. You go through the one, then you go through and you get... But then basically, well, you got a pretty good reward potentially because she wants the syrup. The quote-unquote syrup, if you will. The syrup. The real reward is the unique dialogue about how she, well, one, what it really is, and two, just like, yeah, she vowed to drink it, and it caused her to go on a rampage. But you don't know what the rampage is, you just know that several of the men in the village have very flustered faces the next day as well. Like, if you go up and you talk to Mr. Glippyclop, he's got, like, a very flushed look, and he's like, I can't talk to you today. I'm so sorry. Or, like, he's just like, no, he'd be like, actually, no. He'd be like, I'm so sorry. I can't talk today. Maybe tomorrow, kind of thing. And, like, you'd have dialogues like that. Like, Mr. Guard. Well, that makes sense. I mean, like I said, these are things that should be in games and stuff. If you're going to do something like that. And obviously the choice to finish the quest to give her the syrup obviously ends up with, like, maybe if you had a quest from Mr. Glippyclop or maybe Mr. Guard here, right? He'd be like, I saw things I shouldn't see. I saw things I should... He'd just be, like, repeating that over and over. With his eyes covered and just, he's covering his eyes with his hands and it's just like, Which obviously, I mean, I think you would get the implication as to what the rampage was if when you go through and you have all these different things. And obviously that day, you can't talk to certain people. Maybe even the guild has, like, a sign that says... like, no quest today, or only Mr. Potato Seller is a quest for you. Because the whole point would be, like, they're just all like, Yeah. And then, if you go to the next, day, then everything's back to normal, but you would have just that one day where it's just like... nothing's going like what you would expect it to. Also, I am going to build in the guild, I'm going to add like a little, so you'd have a place to go up and be in. But yeah, no, I have like things that I love the idea of doing, like, and I'll just definitely like, probably like put them into this. And we could do the same thing with the ancient city where you can have like certain people's houses and everything, and they'll have names and they'll have like maybe on the inside you can tag, like, what the quest item would be, like, laundry detergent, like, laundry soap. a certain magazine, or it would like literally say like a certain magazine, or in this one, to go play, like, or something like to like watchtower duty or whatever it say on the inside. Or if they had an item, just like write what the item is. Like he could even have an item like fairy dust or something, right? By the way, what am I playing tomorrow? Am I playing Phasmo? Am I playing this? What am I playing? Am I... Since you're still here, Snoop, you can choose. I do need to finish up, I have to be honest. But I don't know what I want to play. Sure, I can do Phasmo. I was thinking, if you didn't have a preference, I was going to do Phasmo anyway, because I think that that's a good game for the weekend, because I've noticed that I'm just going to be honest, I played during the weekend, I played during the week. I've noticed, like, I don't think most people want to watch a spooky game during the week. No problem with that, but I was just thinking it's a good weekend game anyway. But if you wanted me to do more of this so we can chit-chat more about this, I was okay with that good too. But yeah, no, Phasmo's good. I'm just saying, like, from what I've noticed, it's just... Anyway, but, yeah. My kitty is ready for me to be done. He is fussing, he is sad, he is sobbing. I think you've been able to hear him, probably. He says it's 4. I should be getting up. It's actually 4:26. Or 4:29. Yeah, I need to finish. But, yeah, no. But, yeah. I just trying to decide. Alright, but it's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you again tomorrow for some Phasmo fun. Meow. I see. Okay, meow. Let's try this again after I... But yes, it's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you again tomorrow for some Phasmo fun, as I'll be doing some Phasmophobia. We'll be seeing how far we get or how much we do. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to do, but I hope you have a wonderful day / night. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I hope you have a wonderful weekend as well. Either way, though, pleasure. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around, and yeah. Bye-bye.